Hi viewers, welcome to the paper Library and Information Center Management, Circulation Control. Routines. Maximization of the use of the library materials is the motto of the circulation section. The successful performance of the circulation function is a measure of the effectiveness of all other duties. In fact, it is this section which brings together the users and library materials into productive relationship. Because of the significance of the operations and the overall efficiency of the library is gauged from the services of the circulation section, it is called as the mission of the library. The routine operations of the section are the following: registration of members, lending of documents, collection of overdue charges, reservation of documents, renewal of documents, maintenance of records, maintenance of statistics, interlibrary loan. Registration of members. Libraries which lend library materials require an established system of registering borrowers. The process of registration becomes increasingly elaborate with the size of the library, the demands of the clientele, and extensive safeguards required. The registration form or registration card is designed in such a way that it can be kept as a permanent record in the library. Naturally, it will contain the member's name, permanent address, present address, educational qualification, occupational details, areas of interest, hobbies, name and address of the guarantor or surety, etc. Once a decision is made to grant membership to an applicant, he or she is given a membership card or identity card and as many borrower's tickets as he or she is eligible to take documents at a time for the library. In an automated library, the membership card carrying the barcode is given. The membership card can also be in the form of a smart card which can be used for availing various services of the library. Lending of documents. The documents that are lent out using any of the issue methods or circulation systems in existence. Whatever may be system followed, three types of records are necessary. They are: 1. Borrower's record representing the borrower. 2. Document record which represent the document issued out, and time record indicating the period of issue. The most common circulation systems are register system, card charging system, computerized charging system. Register system is still followed in some small libraries. This is the practice of recording the details of all transactions in a register and getting the signature of the borrower. But as the volume of the transactions increased, libraries were forced to shift to another convenient system called card charging system. In this method, a card which bears the details of the book known as book card represents the book and another card known as borrower's card represents the borrower. When a document is issued out, these two records are put together in the library, usually with a time record. There are a number of such card charging systems. The more popular ones are Brownie charging system and Newark charging system. Each one has its advantages and disadvantages. In addition, a number of charging systems have arisen with slight modifications of the above two. With the widespread use of library management software, circulation of document using computers became common. Computer charging system fulfills all the requirements of an ideal charging system. Here also, book record, membership record and time record are essential in the case of other systems. Naturally, as a prerequisite, these three records are fed into the computer. A barcode representing any unique number relating to the document, usually the accession number, is pasted on each document. The borrower also is given a membership card containing a barcode indicating the membership number. At the time of issue, the circulation module of the library management software is invoked and the membership card is scanned using a barcode reader. The screen containing the details of the author appears. Then the barcode of the book is scanned, resulting in the formation of a record showing that the member has taken that particular document and the due date. When the book is returned, the barcode in the book alone is scanned, resulting in the discharge. Overdue charges, if any, are also displayed. If a book returned is reserved, it will be automatically displayed and the computer will refuse to renew it. Getting information about the circulated documents is easy and naturally reservation also is simple. With the introduction of RFID systems, issue and return have become all the more simple. Renewal, reservation and collection of overdue charges. These functions also come within the purview of the circulation section. Most of the libraries usually allow renewal of documents by any one of the following methods. A. By presenting the documents at the counter. B. By noting down the details in a register at the charging counter. C. By sending a letter. D. By telephone, or E. By email. Many libraries, however, impose restrictions on the number of times document can be renewed in order to avoid its monopolization by a few members. Reservation becomes necessary when demand for a document is more. Almost all libraries have made provisions to reserve the documents at the time of their display prior to their release for use or when are in circulation. The member has to make a formal request in a form or card designed for the purpose. When the document is returned, the member who has reserved it is intimated to get the book issued within a stipulated period. Overdue charge collection is usually resorted to in public and academic libraries. But the point to be remembered is that this should not be considered as a major source of income. The amount fixed should also be reasonable. Interlibrary loan. Because of the paucity of funds, no library can supply all the materials demanded by the users, and hence interlibrary loan becomes necessary. It is a process by which libraries, especially those in a geographical area, mutually agree among themselves to lend out documents to each other on certain conditions. It must be remembered that interlibrary loan service is a courtesy and a privilege, but not a matter of right. Serials control. Selection. Serials control work is concerned with the selection, ordering, recording the receipt, sending reminders for issues not received, display, binding, and preservation of periodicals for future use. Selection of periodicals has to be more or less on the lines of the selection of documents. The sources used for the selection are the following. 1. Recommendations by specialist. 2. Recommendations by library staff. 3. Opinions of librarians of nearby institutions. 4. Announcements and reviews. 5. Ranked list of periodicals or journals which are cited more. 6. References counting. The factors that are to be consideration in the selection of periodicals are 1. The scope of the library. 2. The financial resources. 3. Demand of the readers. 4. Journals already subscribed to in the library, and last one, availability of the journals in the neighborhood. Selection tools. A few major selection tools which can be used for the identification of journals are: first, Aldrich's Periodicals Directory. Second one, World List of Scientific Periodicals. Third, Union Catalogs of Periodicals. Fourth, National Bibliographies. Fifth, Times Literary Supplement. Modes of acquisition of periodicals. The principal methods of acquisition of journals are: 1. By subscription. 2. By taking membership in learned bodies. 3rd. By gift. 4th. By exchange. Ordering of periodicals. In the case of dailies and general weeklies, it is advisable to appoint local standing vendors. Here the agency work is much more organized. Moreover, if these are obtained directly from the publisher by mail, they will be delayed. As far as subject periodicals are concerned, two practices can be followed. Direct subscription. Direct ordering with the publishers was generally costly and troublesome. Since periodicals require advance payment, it involves a lot of direct correspondence and naturally requires more staff members for the work. But with advanced means of communication, direct subscription has become easier. Through subscription agents. Two methods are adopted in the selection of subscription agents. First one, quotation system. Second, appointment of standing vendors. In the first system, as in the case of books, quotations are invited from various subscription agents who undertake the supply of journals, both Indian and foreign. The agent who quotes the lowest rate is given the order for the supply of journals. Standing vendors are normally selected on the basis of their reputation. If there are exclusive distributors for foreign journals, then orders for those journals are routed through those people alone. Receipt of journals. The prominent methods used for recording the receipt of journals are: first, 3-card system of Ranganathan; second, Cardex; third, by using computers. In order to make the work of recording periodicals automatic, Dr. S.R. Ranganathan evolved a system known as 3-card system. 3 cards of 5x3 size such as register card, check card and classified index card are used here and hence the name. Though this is a very efficient system, it is being phased out in libraries, especially with the use of computers. Cardex is an equipment marketed by Remington Rand of Index Limited. It is a steel cabinet which is approximately 10.5 inch broad, 24 inch deep and 20.5 inch high. It makes use of two types of cards, top cards and bottom cards. One unit may hold 7 trays which together can accommodate about 500 trays. In the trays, the top card and bottom card for a periodical lie flat facing each other. As stated earlier, emergence of library management software has made recording the receipt of periodicals all the more easy. In order to record the arrival of periodicals, the serials control module of the library software has to be invoked. When the screen for the receipt appears, indicate the issue number and date in the relevant columns. It automatically shows the periodicals which are overdue, thereby facilitating the sender of timely reminders for issues not received. Display. It is a matter of common experience that about 80% of the use of a periodical takes place during the first year. This demands their proper display. For this purpose, periodical display racks with slanting planks are used. They usually contain pigeonholes to arrange the back volumes under each title. Unit display racks with 20 or 25 pigeonholes are more prevalent. In some racks, the slanting shutters on which the current issues of periodicals are displayed have a locking mechanism. The common pattern of arrangement in the display racks are: A. Straight alphabetical arrangement by title. B. Classified arrangement, that is, according to the class number. C. Under broad subject headings with alphabetical arrangement of titles. D. By language. And E. By numerical order. The first one can be easily followed by the users. The second and third methods make it necessary to have a separate index, something like a line text, a display method used in libraries. Similarly, arrangement by numerical order requires the assignment of some number to each periodical. Reference section. Louis Strauss has defined the term reference as the promotion of free enquiry. The duties coming under reference service may be classified as 1. Assistance to readers in making them acquainted with the reference tools and the character of the library. 2nd, instruction to readers in the most effective methods of using library materials. And 3rd, rendering personalized service to readers by interview and queries, preparation of ad hoc bibliographies, etc. In big academic libraries, reference service may be provided by a central reference department in a general library building and a central reference department plus several divisional libraries or decentralized departments either within the central building or in separate departmental libraries. The routines in the reference section are: first one, shelf replacement. The reference volumes which are left in the tables after consultation have to be arranged in the classified sequence. Second, initiation of new members. New readers have to be taken round the library including the stack room. They have to be shown how to make use of the catalogue, charging and discharging procedures, etc. A feeling of confidence and friendliness has to be created in the users. Third, vigilance. Reference books in general are in great demand. They may also be costly. Therefore, some of the users may resort to various types of malpractices like tearing of pages, stealing of books, etc. This makes it imperative to keep a watch on the users. Fourth, ready reference. When the users make queries, there are two options for the reference librarian. The first is to locate the answer and give. The second is to lead them to the source which contains the information and guide them to locate it by themselves. If any unusual type or strange information is spotted out in the course of this work, it has to be noted in a reference slip or kept in a folder in the computer. Fifth, long-range reference service. This is the reference service which cannot be carried out in a short span of time with the help of any ready reference work. Such questions may require prolonged search or some sort of research. Sometimes the information has to be collected from different sources. It may also become necessary to consult the staff of the maintenance section to locate the actual or complementary information. Sixth, by shelf study. Shelf study consists of the practice of the reference staff to devote free or spare time to acquaint themselves with the resources of the library. This is very often done as a leisure time activity. Seventh, maintenance of a reference cabinet. This work involves preparation of reference slips as and when information is spotted out. The slip should contain the information along with the complete bibliographic details of the source used, including the page numbers. The slips have to be arranged in a helpful order. Instead of the manual method, computer files can also be used for the purpose. Other sections. The earlier sections dealt with the essential sections which are seen in all types of libraries. In addition, there can be a number of sections depending on the nature of the library. For instance, most of the university libraries in India have documentation or information section which usually does the indexing, abstracting, bibliography compilation, current awareness service, selective dissemination service, etc. They may also carry out the information consolidation and repackaging work. There can also be information technology section which offers IT-based services, digital library access, etc. Libraries which also serve as depository libraries of international organizations like UN, World Bank, IMF may have separate section dealing exclusively with the collection, organization, preservation and retrieval of their documents. There are 15 such libraries in India. there can also be a separate reprographic section. It is quite common to have separate collections like audio-visual collection, map collection, children's collection, bibliography collection, area studies collection, etc. in public libraries. These collections can later be converted into separate sections when they are fully developed and heavily used. Now, there is a tendency to develop area studies collection or sections as part of university or public or special libraries. Now, let us summarize the session as: the major routines in the circulation section of a library are registration of members, lending of documents, collection of overdue charges, reservation and renewal of documents, maintenance of records and statistics, and interlibrary loan. The routines associated with serials control are almost the same as seen in the acquisition section, that is, selection, ordering, receipt and display. The major difference is that for journals, payment has to be made in advance. The primary duties involved in the reference service are assistance to readers in making them acquainted with the reference tools and the character of the library, instruction to readers in the most effective methods of using library materials, and rendering personalized service to readers by interview and queries. The routines in the section are replacement of documents after use, initiation of new members or user education, vigilance, ready reference service, long range reference service, shelf study and maintenance of reference cabinet. Here are some questions for you based on the above topic. 1. Trace the evolution of charging systems in libraries. 2nd, which charging system is the ideal one and why? 3rd, what is the relevance of interlibrary loan? 4th, compare the merits and demerits of direct subscription and subscription through agents of periodicals in the modern context. 5th, examine the relevance of the documentation section in the digital era. Here are some books for your reference. Bryson Joe, Effective Library and I-Information Center Management, Bombay, Jaco Publishers, 1996. Chowdhury Gigi et al., Librarianship and Introduction, London, Facet Publishing, 2008. Coral Sheila and Breverton Anthony, The New Professional's Handbook, London Library Association Publishing, 1999. Dhiman Anil K. and Yashoda Rani, Library Management, A Manual for Effective Management, New Delhi, SS Publications, 2004. Evans G. Edward et al., Introduction to Library Public Services, 6th edition, Englewood, Colorado Libraries Unlimited, 2005. Krishan Kumar, Reference Service, 5th edition, New Delhi, Vigas Publishing House, 1998. Here we conclude this session on circulation control. We will discuss another topic in the next session. Till then, bye.
Welcome to Interface. Today we have Professor Rudrajyoti Pallit from Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Mumbai with us. Welcome to this program.
Thank you, Vinod.
Pallit is one of the active collaborator of the FAIR project in India, and can you tell us briefly about the FAIR project to us?
Yeah. So, FAIR stands for Facility for Antiproton and Ion Research. It's one of the mega science projects in Europe, and it will come online in 2020, and it's a international collaboration between different research institutes and universities across the world. It has one very powerful accelerator which will provide exotic isotopes and antiprotons for basic research. It has 4 science pillars. One is nuclear structure and reactions for astrophysics experiments. This is called New Star experiment. The other one is compressed baryonic matter research. The third one is PANDA experiments, which is for proton and antiproton research. The fourth one is APPA experiment. It is an experiment to study atomic physics of relativistic atoms and applied physics, and many countries are involved in this mega project.
Okay.
In brief, the project aims to study the nuclear matter and the evolution of the universe.
Okay. What type of exotic nuclei? Can you elaborate on that thing? What type of exotic nuclei you will study with this project?
So, you know, isotopes, there are different type of isotopes can be possible, and one of the, like a given chemical element can have different type of isotopes depending upon its mass number. Suppose you look for the carbon, which has a major part in a human body, can come in the form of 12 carbon or 14 carbon. 12 carbon has 6 protons and 6 neutrons, while 14 carbon has 6 protons and 8 neutrons. The chemical properties of 12 carbon and 14 carbon are similar, however, their physical properties of 14 are different. Namely, 14 carbon is radioactive and 12 carbon is stable. You know, the 14 carbon is used for dating purposes, and which is used to find out the lifetime of organic material, and 12 carbon is stable. Interestingly, the facility like FAIR can produce like heavier carbon isotopes, say 22 carbon or so, where you have 6 protons and you have 16 neutrons. So, it has 10 additional neutrons than the stable isotope, which is 12 carbon. And study of these isotopes are interesting from basic science point of view.
Why these isotopes are interesting for the mankind? What you produce in this FAIR, these isotopes you talked about, how they are important for the mankind.
So, the FAIR facility is a very ambitious project to produce wide variety of isotopes from lighter to heavier elements. Understanding these isotopes is an intellectual challenge, and measurement of the different properties of these exotic isotopes will provide us new insight about the nuclear forces. Some of the isotopes they will play a crucial role in understanding the puzzle of production of elements, chemical elements in the universe. Because these isotopes are expected are believed to be produced in stars during certain astrophysical processes, and their decay properties are essential to know about the elemental abundances. Like in our solar system, we have now hydrogens are getting fused to produce heliums, and as time will pass, the heavier elements up to iron will be produced by fusion reaction. But what happens, or how do you produce heavier elements which are heavier than iron remains a puzzle, and it is believed that the heavier elements are produced during supernova explosion, which is followed by death of massive stars. So therefore, the interest in studying this isotope is of is interesting from basic research to understand the elemental abundances.
Okay. So, to solve this puzzle, what type of experiments are planned or you propose to study or to solve the puzzle?
See, the experiments, as I told you, that elements heavier than irons, neutron-rich isotopes of these elements, they play a role in understanding the abundance of the element in the solar system. Now you have to measure their decay properties, as well as you have to measure their cross sections, capture cross sections with neutrons, and experimentally you need to produce these isotopes which are short lived and measure their different properties using collision experiments, and then try to understand how these properties they change when you go to more and more heavier neutron rich isotopes.
How do you get to measure these properties?
So first of all, we need to produce these isotopes in experiment using nuclear reactions involving stable isotopes from the accelerator. Then we need to identify these isotopes. The challenge is that these isotopes, most of the isotopes are very short lived, and during that small time span you need to identify these isotopes. Then we need to do collision experiments or study their decay properties, and in that process we have to measure the light. In case of nucleus, it is the gamma radiations coming from the nucleus, or the other type of radiations like proton or alpha, and neutrons. From there we will be able to study the various properties of these isotopes, and you need sophisticated detection systems and instrumentation to measure the different properties of these isotopes.
Do you expect some surprises?
Yeah, as like any other basic research project, this project is extremely ambitious and has a lot of potential for new discoveries. One of the aspect of the nuclear system is that it is a very complex quantum system, and understanding in detail its structure and the dynamics, what happens inside the nucleus, remains a challenge. The existing effective nuclear forces are not understood completely, and therefore the state of the art nuclear models have difficulties in explaining very neutron rich or neutron deficient isotopes properties. So nuclear science is mostly a experimental science, where the experimental measurements they guide the theory, and it improves the predictive power of the nuclear theory. So one of the aspects of exotic isotopes is that the nuclear force, the effective force, can become simplified when you go to certain very exotic isotopes, and measuring their properties can help in improving certain aspect of the nuclear force. One of the aspect of the surprising research potential of the field is that you can have very different properties, exotic modes of nuclei compared to what you see in case of stable nuclei. One of the example is if you look for an isotope which is stable, say lithium, which is 6 and 7, and then if you keep on adding neutrons to 7 lithium, then you can produce 8 lithium and the heavier lithiums isotopes. And what has been observed that in case of 11 lithium, which is 4 neutrons more than the stable isotope of 7 lithium, has a size which is that of 208 lead. So this type of interesting aspect that suddenly the nucleus can have a very diffuse matter distribution can give rise to new type of interactions, and you can study the nuclear forces in a medium where the density is much smaller, and that can give rise to sometimes a clustering of nuclei, clustering of nucleons, and it can also give rise to a new form of residual interactions, and that can have a different impact on the other properties of nucleus. We can also study the properties of equation of state of nuclear matter at low density. Then another aspect of low energy nuclear physics with the type of facilities like FAIR will be the study of the magic numbers. We know that nuclei with certain number of neutrons and protons are more bound because of the magic numbers, which is predicted by the cell model. And now what has been observed that if you see do the measurements for neutron rich isotopes, you find out that these magic numbers change, and though the cell model has been used to explain the properties of nuclei, and it has lot of success stories, now we are seeing that this aspect, the major aspect of the cell model, which is the magic number, that is also changing when you go for neutron rich nuclei or nuclei away from line of stability, and this type of things will change our basic understanding of nuclear physics. The another aspect which is of interest is to find out the limits of stability of nuclei. Right now we know the limits for isotopes up to oxygen, mainly the neutron drip line and the proton drip line. However, the heavier isotopes, the drip lines are not understood and we don't know, and facilities like FAIR can give us idea about the drip lines, neutron drip line and proton drip line up to Z equal to 25. So first I should also explain that what is drip line. For neutron drip line is for a given isotope is a limit at which the neutron separation energy becomes 0, and you can have for a given number of proton, you cannot keep on adding the number of neutrons. As you keep on adding the number of neutrons, the binding energy will reduce, and beyond a point the binding energy will become 0, and that defines the limit of stability for the neutron rich isotope. And the FAIR will be able to produce or will be able to help us identifying this drip line for isotopes up to Z equal to 25. Another aspect which is useful for the basic nuclear physics is the super heavy elements. We know that heavier elements beyond mass Z equal to 110 people are produced, but their lifetimes are much smaller, and theoretical models predicts that at a heavier Z around 126 you can have elements which have more stability compared to the intermediate isotopes. So that is this type of isotopes, if one can produce, will help us understanding the stability of heavy nuclei, and all this type of research will be possible with FAIR.
Yeah, can I ask about Indian contribution to this project?
Yeah, so India is one of the major partner in the development of this FAIR facility, and India groups have contributed in development of crucial components of the accelerators, and the research groups are involved in performing experiments, designing of detectors, and testing of these detectors for this facility. There are mainly in two experiments where India is heavily involved. One is New Star experiment, the other one is CBM experiment. There are also interest in APPA and PANDA experiments from different groups. Within India, more than 20 institutes and universities are involved in the New Star experiment in studying the properties of exotic isotopes, and the compressed baryonic experiment where people will like to measure the properties at high density, and there around again 20 universities and institutes are involved, and they are developing certain detector systems for the CBM experiment.
What about the research group involved, and how many students are involved in India? Or can you tell me more about?
So, as I told you, that for new star experiments around 15 universities are involved, and from 15 universities around 25 faculty members and around 25 PhD students are involved in the R&D required for development of the detectors for the new star experiments and planning and simulation of these experiments. To train these students, we recently have organized a school in Calicut University where we are giving training to the PhD, the different type of physics which can be performed at fair, as well as the experimental challenges which we need to tackle while doing this experiment, and different type of detectors which will be used or which we are planning to build. We are discussing all these issues in this school, and in this school there are faculties from Indian universities and institutes, and many students are also involved in the R&D projects which is going on in the Indian institutes related with the FAIR project, and some of them also visit FAIR labs to participate in the R&D aspect of the experiment. They also attend the international fair schools and also participate in experiments where the testing of the equipment for the new star is going on.
So, what are the impacts of this study for the society?
Yeah, actually it's the different type of experimental techniques and the detectors which are used in new star experiments, they can be fine-tuned for different applications. One of the applications where the detectors can be used readily is for nuclear imaging. As you know that the detectors which are planned at new star experiment, they can find out the position of radioactive sources within half a millimeter resolution. Okay. So we can use this type of high resolution, high sensitive detectors for finding out the radioactive traces which is injected in the nuclear medicine, and one can do a highly improved imaging capability so that the diagnostic tools sensitivity can be improved. The other application of nuclear techniques is the production of different type of isotopes which are used in nuclear medicine. One can try to see for new variety of isotopes, and then the other techniques of accelerator which is used for in medical science is the heavy ion based therapy for cancer treatment. Also the type of detectors which are used, they can be modified for homeland security purposes.
Thank you very much for to be in this interface. Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome to the session on early Christian art. The ancient Greco-Roman art could not continue its splendor in the succeeding epochs. Innumerable political skirmishes and upheavals of barbarian invasions had played important role in bringing about the downfall of ancient classical art and civilization. With the emergence of Christianity, new era begins in history and art. Christ's apostles traveled to the world far and wide to preach his teachings. Until Constantine's reign, Roman Empire did not tolerate the Christian faith. However, larger Christian communities existed in North Africa and the Near East, such as Alexandria and Antioch. In Rome, instead, the evangelist and Christian missionaries fell prey to incessant religious persecutions by the imperial rulers. Because in the eyes of Roman ruling class, the Christians were a horrible or shameful lot. They were potentially dangerous to the state as they followed inflexible monotheism and proselytizing zeal combined with intolerance of all other religious beliefs. Such features even stopped themselves to have a token allegiance to the emperor cult, which in effect had turned to be tantamount to treason. Apart from that, the imperial authorities looked at Jesus' teachings as subversive. As the faith spread, the imperial authorities came to the conclusion that the Christians were threatening the political power of the state. It explains the motivation behind the religious persecution and death penalty meted out to all who confessed to being Christians. This turmoil continued to exist more than 3 centuries in the beginning of Christian era. Despite, by 300 AD, nearly 1/3 of Roman population was Christian. Still, it was not capable enough to strike a chord as an important religion. But the conversion of Constantine the Great into Christianity in 312 AD had made profound changes in art as well as in history, whose impact is felt even today. Painting. Origin of early Christian works of art cannot be precisely traced due to the dearth of archaeological evidences. It has been said that none of the surviving paintings or sculptures can be dated earlier than 200 AD. One of the earliest representations of biblical narrative of this early phase has recently come down to us from a trading station and frontier town garrisoned by Romans in Mesopotamia called Dura Europos. It shows Moses striking water from the rock. It is not a great work of art, nor is it so much an illustration of the biblical description in visual terms. That perhaps accounts for Moses being the tallest figure standing in front of the holy tabernacle, in which we can see 7 branched candlestick. In order to signify that each tribe of Israel received its share of miraculous water, the artist has shown 12 rivulets, each flowing to a standing figure before tent. The artist was doubtless not very skillful, and that accounts for his simple methods. But perhaps he was not much concerned with drawing lifelike figures. The more lifelike they were, the more they sinned against the commandments forbidding image. His main intention was to remind the beholder of the occasions when God had manifested his power. The greatest accumulation of surviving works of early Christian art is to be found in Rome, which in fact was not a center of Christian faith. The painted decorations are generally seen in the catacombs, the underground burial places of Christians. These underground cemeteries were adopted at least as early as the 2nd century by Christians, also by Jews and others who shunned places for inhumation dedicated to pagan deities. As the early Christians believed in the resurrection of the body, they insisted on burial and objected to cremation that was normal for the lower classes in Rome. The artists who were called upon to paint Christian images in the catacombs were also not endowed with admirable skill. Like the painters of the Dura Europos synagogue, the catacomb painters disregarded all naturalistic techniques developed by the Greco-Roman art. No attempt was made to render illusionistic space. Figures are flat in rough strokes without modeling or shadows. But the catacomb paintings tell us a good deal about the spirit of the community that commissioned them. We have an interesting example to illustrate this point. 3 Men in the Fiery Furnaces is a catacomb wall painting of Rome, probably from the 3rd century AD. It shows 3 human figures painted in rough brush strokes. The painting is hardly beautiful in its own right. Moreover, in the first glance, we fail to grasp what it is all about. But it would have been appealed to its contemporary beholders altogether differently. Because the painting mainly seeks to remind the faithful of one of the instances of God's mercy and power. We read in the Bible, Daniel 3, says E. H. Gombrich, of 3 high Jewish officials under King Nebuchadnezzar who refused to fall down and worship on a given signal when a gigantic golden image of the king was set up in the plain of Dura in the province of Babylon. Like so many Christians of the period, when these paintings were made, they had to pay the penalty for their refusal. They were thrown into a fiery furnace in their coats, their hosen, and their hats. But lo, the fire had no power upon their bodies, nor was a hair of their heads singed, neither were their coats changed. The Lord sent his angel and delivered his servants. The catacomb painter here brushes aside the dramatic expression of bodily movements and gestures for its own sake. Rather, he seems to be carried away by the idea of presenting straightforward the inspiring example of endurance and salvation. The 3 men in their Persian dress with outstretched raised arms in the traditional posture of prayer, the flames and the dome symbolizing the divine help were recognizable to grasp the meaning as clearly and simply as possible. Another important early Christian imageries hail from the ceiling of an elaborate chamber in a catacomb in Rome. This was decorated in a style having certain formal order. The central circle in the painting shows a figure of a shepherd. He carries a lamb across his shoulders and is flanked by sheep. The circle branches out into 4 semicircular spaces, between which there are standing figures with outstretched raised arms, a pose similar to that of the 3 men in the fiery furnaces discussed earlier. Sculpture. Sculpture seems to have played a secondary role in the early Christian art. Biblical ban on the production and worship of graven images, as laid down in the 2nd commandment of the Old Testament, had exerted a great deal of pressure to avoid construction of large-size statues or idols. In addition to that, as image worship was widely prevalent in pagan temples, the new church wanted to distinguish itself from the earlier pagan religious practices. This explains the lack of representations of Christian religious personages in monumental scale, either in public or in private spaces. Anything associated with sculpture, therefore, is to be seen in the relief carvings on the stone coffins called sarcophagi. evolved from the pagan model, the production of sarcophagi for the important members of the church began from the middle of the 3rd century. Carvings on the sarcophagi provide best surviving documents of the first phase of artistic enterprise of a specifically Christian art. As John Fleming and Hugh Horner observe, the earliest carvings are so similar to the friezes on the Arch of Constantine that they might seem to have been products of the same workshops. Soon afterwards, there was a reversion to older and more classical types of sarcophagus. Several figures on the early Christian sarcophagus of the two brothers, for instance, were directly copied from classical sources. The athletic male nude in the given sarcophagus obviously reveals this fact. Figures huddle on 2 registers to represent many incidents, but in the first glance it is difficult to grasp what it is all about because the figures and incidents follow no narrative sequence. The upper register shows Christ raising Lazarus from the dead and pronouncing that Saint Peter will deny him. Abraham is shown preparing to sacrifice his son Isaac, and Pontius Pilate is washing his hand. Below, Saint Peter is apprehended by Roman soldiers who stand next to Daniel in the lion's den. Before the time of Constantine, the carvings of the sarcophagi mostly composed of figures familiar with catacomb paintings. A marble sarcophagus of the mid-3rd century in Rome clearly exemplifies their tone and tenor. When we look at the reliefs on the left, there appear various scenes of Jonah, the ship, the sea monster, and the reclining prophet with a scroll. Jonah's well-defined anatomy and the elegance of his pose directly stem from the classical visual vocabulary. So does the Good Shepherd in the relief as referred to earlier. Moreover, the central figure with upraised hands in prayer follows similar postures in the catacomb paintings as discussed earlier in the 2 instances. Seated figure holding a scroll derives from antique representations of writer or philosophers and is another of the metaphoric references to Christ, in this case his role as teacher. The figure being baptized on the right may be Christ himself. Representation of Christ in this disguised form may be the result of both a fear of making idolatrous image and an interest in expressing the more essential nature of the scene, from which a portrait of the person of Christ would detract. In a later sarcophagus done for a Roman prefect, Junius Bassus, in 359 AD, figures are arranged in a more elaborate and well-proportioned order. They are delicately carved and stylistically owe much to the classical spirit. Here too, the scenes are set with no sequential order but on separate stages divided by colonnatus that enables the faithful spectator to focus on each in its turn. At the same time, the figures are arranged in certain thematic relationship to one another. The afflicted Job and St. Paul led off to martyrdom at either end of the lower register are thematically related to suffering. They are parallel instances of redemption through suffering, which also implies Christ's humiliating flagellation and crucifixion, neither of which was directly represented at this time. Christ is no longer a figure barely distinguishable from others, but is given importance in the composition. In the middle of the lower register, Christ is shown riding into Jerusalem, his moment of triumph on the earth, and immediately above he is shown enthroned between Saint Peter and Saint Paul. The seated figure flanked by two standing figures, is an image of authority borrowed from imperial Roman art. Christ's feet rest on a canopy supported by the ancient Roman sky god. It gives clear suggestion to the fact that Christ is enthroned, ascended into the heavens. Here, one may be baffled to see Christ with clean, youthful face as opposed to his bearded face that we are familiar with. This difference is not without reason. Christ is portrayed in eternal youth and dressed in Greek pallium, which during this time in Italy came to be identified with philosophers and teachers. Depending upon this Greek model, Christ is rendered as world teacher. Probably modeled on the sculptural image of youthful Apollo, Christ's image of eternal youth recurs in early Christian art in varied forms. Looking at all these features discussed so far, Arnold Hauser observes that the early Christian art was primarily destined to suit the taste of the lower classes by distinguishing itself from the social elite. The catacomb paintings, in particular, must have been almost entirely works by simple artists, amateurs, and daubers, and whose qualifications consist in their religious zeal rather than in any considerable amount of talent for work. However, there was degeneration of both taste and technique in the art of the old elite classes as well. Here, what we are confronted with is a conspicuous break in history. Yet, irrespective of the lack of technical skill and expression visible in the early stages of Christian art, a tendency is strongly felt among scholars to interpret those defects as the result of a conscious attempt to disregard the realism familiar with the Greco-Roman art. Under the influence of this idea, scholars tend to conclude that the lack of skillful rendering of realism as a spiritual gain and sign of progress, without ever looking into the aspect of interrelationship between the artist's intention and his power of execution. Arnold Hauser therefore argues that it is clearly absurd to deny all possibility of a gap between the artist's intention and his power of execution. There can be no question that such a gap existed in early Christian art. What has been praised in it as deliberate simplification, masterly concentration, or conscious idealizing and intensifying of the actual is in reality often just incapacity and poverty, just a helpless inability to render natural forms correctly and a primitive bungling of the drawing. This clumsiness of early Christian art continued until the Edict of Toleration, 313 AD, by which it became the official art of the state. Meantime, it became the art of the aristocrat and educated class. As the church now became rich and powerful, it began to portray Jesus and his disciples as majestic and dignified persons, as if they were distinguished Romans, imperial governors, or influential senators. Architectural decoration. During the period of persecution, there had been no need to build public places of worship. Once the Christian religion became enormously powerful after its official recognition, it embarked on large-scale architectural projects. But at the same time, it refused to model on or to continue the ancient pagan temples, as their function was completely different. The interior of the pagan temple was usually a small shrine to house the statue of the god, and processions and ritual sacrifices took place outside. The church, on the other hand, had to find sufficient room inside the church to accommodate the whole religious followers who assembled inside for service. With this different function, churches were constructed on the models of large assembly halls, which had been known as basilicas in Latin during classical periods, meaning royal halls. These buildings were used as covered market halls and court of justice or drill hall, and mainly consisted of large oblong halls with narrower lower compartments on the longer sides, divided from the main hall by rows of columns. At the far end, there was often room for a semicircular dais called apse, where the chairman of the meeting of judge could take his seat. The mother of the Emperor Constantine built such a basilica to serve as a church. Since then, the term basilica established itself for the churches of this kind. The semicircular niche or apse used for the high altar, towards which the worshipper's attention was directed. This part of the building where the altar stood came to be known as the choir. The main central hall where the faithful gathered was later known as the nave, meaning ship. The lower compartments on either side were called side aisles, meaning wings. Here are some questions. First, give an account of early Christian art of the period before Christianity became a state religion. Second, describe the image of Christ and its symbolism as recurrently appeared in the early Christian art. Third, explain the composition and its significance of the mosaic, the three men in the fiery furnaces. Here are some books for your reference. Hugh Honor and John Fleming, The Visual Arts, A History, Prentice Hall Inc., Englewood Cliffs, N.J. 1984. E. H. Gombrich, The Story of Art, Phaidon Press, London. Penelope J. E. Davis, Walter B. Denny et al., Jansen's History of Art, The Western Tradition, 7th edition, Prentice Hall, N.J. 2007. Paul Grossley, The Early Middle Ages in Dennis Hooker edited History of Western Art, Pipit Press, Box Tree Limited, London 1994. Arnold Hauser, The Social History of Art, Volume 1, Vintage Books, New York 1985. André Grabar, Byzantine Painting, Historical and Critical Study, Skira, Macmillan, London 1979. Clive Foss and Paul Magdaleno, The Making of the Past, Rome and Byzantium, Phaidon, London 1977. Gibbon E., The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Everyman, London 1960. Here we conclude this session on ancient Christian art. We'll meet again for another session. Till then, bye.
Hello and welcome to the session on Computer Assisted Instruction or CAI. Due to exploration of knowledge, most of the countries in the world face the rise of globalization. For proving the worth of their country, education infrastructure and equality of education of that country is emphasized. Use of adaptive technology and situation learning are the main strategies for exploration of knowledge in such a context. Use of computers in educational settings is one such example. Computers have become an essential part of modern life. Skills to use them have become as basic and common as reading and writing. Computers are a familiar sight in the classrooms of the 21st century. Computers have great potential for computation, analysis work as well as instructional purpose. Use of computers in education started in the 1960s. The 20th century has witnessed an entry of computers in the field of education for serving different purposes. With advent of microcomputers, its use has become widespread from primary education through the university level. Studies have been taken place during the last few years on how effectively computers have been used in education field. Computer aided instruction or computer assisted instruction CAI, also known as computer based instruction or CBI, is diverse and is rapidly expanding spectrum of computer technologies that assist teaching and learning process. There are different ways in which computer can be used for education purpose, and not every use of a computer in the classroom is considered computer assisted instruction. CAI is that form of an interactive instructional technique whereby computer is used to present the instructional material through a computer program to a passive student, or computer becomes the platform for an interactive and personalized learning environment. Teaching to different levels of ability, background and interest has posed an eternal dilemma to educators. Instruction that is appropriate and beneficial for one student may not be for another. It is not practical to tailor classes or lessons for each and every student, and in such cases compromises are necessary. With computers to help in instruction, the learning of one individual will never be hindered by abilities or weaknesses of others. This is because computer programs are interactive and can illustrate a concept through attractive animation, sound and demonstration. Computer based tools and applications are used to assist the teacher or school administrator in the management of the learner and instructional process. Individualized instruction, self-learning, psychological based learning and development of cognitive domains are demands of the present day with advancement of technology in the world. To pace with this advancement, CAI can become a solution. CAI is that in which the teacher uses computer at different times and spaces according to the characteristics of the subject matter, the students, the available software and the hardware. Before developing a CAI, the teachers will have to do the following. The first and foremost thing a teacher should do is to identify the problem, that is, to select the areas necessary for the students or where the students find it difficult to learn. It is in this area that the CAI has to be developed. After the problem is identified, some objectives are to be designed related to the problem. After completion of the program material, it should be programmed with the help of computer software to convert it into useful form. Different softwares like Excel, PowerPoint, PageMakers, Microsoft Office, Flash and many other graphical softwares can be used to develop the CAI. Use of computers in instruction. Computers are useful in the instructional process as follows. For an attainment of higher level objectives of cognitive domain, as an integrating tool for combining subjects such as mathematics, languages, biology, social studies, etc., to enhance learning process among school students, to solve problems at higher secondary levels, used for various instructional purposes where students can achieve different skills, and useful for students of visual arts through computer graphics. Types of computer assisted instruction. Instructional computers are basically used in one of two ways. Either they provide a straightforward presentation of data, or they fill a tutorial role in which the students are tested on comprehension. Information that encourages interaction can be easily presented on computers. These can be presented in the form of text, multimedia format, photographs, videos, music, games, speech, animations, etc. Computer assisted instruction system fall into two basic types: tool or tutor. In the tutor classification, the computer has the information to be learned and controls the learning environment. In this classification, there are different modes. They are the following: drill and practice, tutorials, simulations, games, discovery, and problem solving. Drill and practice. Typical instructional media used with CAI has been drill and practice software presentations. Drill and practice is also known as drill and kills. It is suited to the behavioral model with repeated practice on lower level cognitive skills. These do not require instructor facilitation or a two-way exchange of ideas between the teacher and the student. The guided drill is a computer program that poses questions to students, returns feedback, and selects additional questions based on students' responses. Drill and practice CAI has primarily been a learning method where information is presented and repeated until a certain level of student achievement is attained. Recent drill systems incorporate the principles of education in addition to subject matter knowledge into the computer program. Drill and practice CAI procedures can be best used for students with learning disabilities. Computer assisted instruction can positively impact reading achievement for students with disabilities. Such students with disabilities can be given instruction focusing on skills such as vocabulary, language, word recognition, reading, comprehension, and higher order thinking skills. Tutorial. This model is one of the most common ones within CAI. In this mode, the computer presents the information, guides the learner through the system, and allows the learner to practice and then assess themselves. Tutorial activity includes both the presentation of information and its extension into different forms of work, including drill and practice, games, and simulation. The tutorial program in a computer works in the following manner. The student is asked a question by the computer and the student is asked to type the answer for it. If the answer is correct, the student is given more challenging questions or problems. The various computer messages will indicate the flow in procedure and the program bypasses more complicated questions until the student shows mastery in that particular area. Simulations. In the simulation mode, the learner works with a simulation of the real world. The simulation software can thus provide an approximation of reality. This type of CAI is used where it is not practical or feasible to provide the learning in real life. Computers can help visualize things that are difficult or practically impossible to view. The simulation mode CAI does not require the expenses of real life or its risk. Explorations and manipulations of simulated environments can be accomplished with the CAI, ranging from virtual laboratory experiments that can be too difficult to complex virtual worlds. For example, simulation models are usually used in pilot training where they are used to show a virtual environment. They are also used to display human anatomy, molecular structures, etc. Games. Games mode is generally competitive. It often creates a contest wherein one has to achieve the highest scores. This mode has time constraints. Discovery. This approach gives large database of information on a specific content. Then the learner is challenged to analyze, infer, compare and evaluate based on the explorations they make with the data provided. Problem solving. This approach helps children develop specific problem solving skills and strategies. The CAI programs in the simulation mode and game mode is difficult to develop, but the learners tend to find them more entertaining and challenging. CAI systems can be categorized based on who controls the progression of the lesson. Early systems were linear presentations of information and control was directed by the author of the software. In modern systems like that in visualization systems and simulated environments, control often is done by the student or the instructor. Whereas the tool classification helps in enhancing the teaching process, usually by focusing on one particular learning task and aims to improve it. CAI tools such as word processor, spreadsheets, Excel sheets, databases, etc. collects information, organizes it, analyze and transmit information. They also help facilitating communication among students and between the students and instructors. Advantages of computer assisted instruction. Computers play an important role in different fields of education. Role of computers in educational instruction is very much talked about nowadays. Computers seem to be acquiring increasingly vital role in the classroom instructional process. Computer assisted instruction is an instructional program where materials for instruction are presented by means of a computer. The potential benefits of computer assisted instruction cannot be underestimated in the contemporary world. It plays a very big role in helping teaching content to students in a class effectively than traditional method. It can be used effectively to address academic and communication and language skills. The main aim of computer assisted learning is to meet the needs of the individuals, which are often a difficult task for the teachers. Learner's achievement depends on certain characteristics such as his intelligence, motivation, personality, interest in particular subject, aptitude, etc. But with the CAI, the learner can learn the contents as per his own capacity. He can also repeat the task if he is unable to understand it. The CAI program can adapt to the abilities and preferences of the individual student and increase the amount of personalized instruction a student receives. Students who are shy and those who are slow learners benefit the most from a private learning environment. The learner can spend more time on those topics that are causing difficulty. Information can be reviewed and tasks can be repeated until the learner is happy to move on to a new topic. The CAI method makes subjects more interesting and develops a favorable attitude towards the subjects taught in this method. Computer learning experiences often engage the interest of students, motivating them to learn and increasing independence and personal responsibility for education. It increases motivation by providing a context for the learner that is challenging and stimulate curiosity. The CAI method helps the students to understand the concept due to incorporation of graphical and numerical approach. Continuous interaction can be made possible with this type of instruction. Moreover, the CAI is time saving because computers can virtually perform miracles in processing performance data. Computers are tireless and can work and instruct at any time under any circumstances. Burnout for this type of instruction can be remedied by simply replacing the machine with another or either replacing a part of it. Computer assisted instruction add action to the information which students receive through one-way process and help students to see the unseen, to test the theoretical concepts and to comprehend abstract ideals. It can dramatically increase a student's access to information. Moreover, the multimedia helps to understand difficult concepts through multisensory approach, and the students can decide when and where to learn. Computer-assisted instruction improves instruction for students with disabilities, language limitations and physical limitations because students receive immediate feedback. A well-designed and implemented tutorial CAI used as a supplement to traditional instruction can produce educationally significant improvement in student examination achievement. A great deal of research has been conducted during the 1970s, 80s and 90s on the effect of computer use on students' achievements and their learning rates. Studies have been carried out extensively to find out the effectiveness of CAI in terms of achievement of students in learning as a substitute for traditional method of teaching. Researchers on computer-assisted instruction have shown that CAI is most successful with early childhood through secondary age learners. But depending on the targeted skill and the needs of the learner, CAI may be used with nearly any age. Apart from all the advantages above, numerous studies have reported that CAI is successful in raising examination scores, improving student attitudes and lowering the amount of time required to master certain material. Teaching through computers has been found effective not only for academic achievement but also for some other aspects like interest and attitude. Computer-assisted instruction has also been growing in use in a wide number of employment areas. It has been used to teach novice nurses how to perform intravenous injections, to teach jet engine machines in the Air Force maintenance task, and to provide safety instruction for food service workers in urban hospitals. The commonly known encouraging advantages of CAI are individualized instruction, self-paced learning, content consistency, lower cost, learner tracking, human-computer interaction and ability to present educational content in a variety of ways. But of all the advantages that computer will deliver to education, the foremost will be their capacity to act as individual tutors. On the whole, it can be inferred that teaching through computers is effective in terms of students' academic achievement, and it helps in increasing conceptual understanding. Limitations of computer-assisted instruction. There are drawbacks to the implementation of computers in instruction, however. The main problem with using computer-aided instruction is the difference in memories in computers and those of humans. Anything in a computer memory can be erased completely. Other disadvantages of CAI stem from the difficulty and expense of implementing and maintaining the necessary computer systems. They are generally costly systems to purchase, maintain and update. Computer-assisted learning need not be interesting and useful to all those who are exposed to it. Only personalization of information allows computer-assisted instruction to increase learner interest in a given task. With the diversity of students increasing every day, it is practically not possible to personalize the information that is to be instructed for each and everyone. There is possibility that one may be overwhelmed by the information and resources available. CAI should be used to supplement, not replace traditional reading instruction. Teachers who use CAI often should implement it as an addition to their regular reading program. The children using CAI thus should be able to receive additional instruction and practice in reading. The overuse of multimedia in instruction may divert the attention of the students from the actual content. While using CAI in classrooms, it is necessary that the student also gets trained in the computer technology. This process can distract them from the core education process. Ideally, the aim of CAI is to accommodate all the learners, but this may be a hard thing to do. Not all learners adapt equally well to the computer or web learning environment. It may be difficult for many students to adapt their learning style to computer assisted instructions. This can cause anxiety which can inhibit knowledge acquisition in the learners. If tried to move again with such students can cause undue stress on the learner. It is also felt that learning becomes more mechanical with computer assisted instruction. There are also fears, whether justified or not, that the use of computers in education decreases the amount of human interaction. Human instructors will no longer have a class when computers are fully used for instruction purposes. It is not necessary that every teacher knows how to make the best use of computers. Lack of proper infrastructure in schools and teaching institutions may also cause a problem. Non-availability of good CAI packages would be another limitation. It is criticized by many that poorly designed CAI systems can dehumanize or regiment the educational experiences. It thereby reduces interest of learning in students and get demotivated. In some applications, especially those involving abstract reasoning and problem solving processes, it is found that CAI has not been very effective. Conclusion: though the studies find that CAI may not be suitable to all learning styles, the motivated learners who require specific instruction in a sequential format and enjoy frequent feedbacks will generally benefit for computer aided instruction. In a CAI environment, it is important that the CAI program is easy to use and reliable. A good CAI program should be aware of the different learning strategies that exist and which ones are more effective in a given situation. Such a program should be able to aid the learner by informing them of the various strategies and presenting them at the appropriate points throughout the program. Let me summarize the session. Computers have become an essential part of modern life. Skills to use them have become as basic and common as reading and writing. Computers have great potential for computation, analysis work as well as instructional purpose. Use of computers in education started in the 1960s. Computers are also used for instructional purposes in the education field. Computer aided or computer assisted instruction or CAI, also known as computer based instruction or CBI, is diverse and is rapidly expanding spectrum of computer technologies that assist teaching and learning process. CAI is that form of an interactive instructional technique whereby computer is used to present the instructional material through a computer program to a passive student, or computer becomes the platform for an interactive and personalized learning environment. The chapter deals with CAI and its various types. The advantages and disadvantages in using computers in instructional purposes are also mentioned in the chapter. Now you can try to answer the questions given here. What do you understand by computer assisted instruction or CAI? Why is it useful in the present scenario? What are the processes that a teacher should take care of before developing a computer assisted instruction or CAI? What is the difference between tutorial model of computer assisted instruction and simulations model? What are the limitations of computer assisted instruction? What are the advantages of using computer assisted instruction in classrooms and how it benefits the learners? Hope that you may go through these reference books for further understanding. Effectiveness of computer assisted instruction blended with classroom teaching methods to acquire automotive psychomotor skills, written by Gilbert D.W. and published by ProQuest Information and Learning Company, Ann Arbor, in the year 2006. Information Technology and Education, written by Mahapatra B.C. and published by Sarup and Sons, New Delhi, in 2005. Information and Communication Technology in Education, Interactive Multimedia Instruction Strategies for Teaching Learning Process, written by Kirwadkar A. and Pushpanadham K., published by Sarup and Sons, New Delhi in the year 2005. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Till then, take care.
These are plays, no doubt. But here, the actors are not human. They are made of bits of wood and cloth. These, however, are more than inanimate dolls. Once on stage, they come alive, personifying human characters and unfolding stories that appeal to everyone's sensibilities. These are puppets, a medium for the innate expression of rural folk. As an art form, puppets and puppetry have faithfully mirrored the social ethos since ancient times in India. In Kerala, puppetry is primarily confined to three forms: glove puppets, string puppets, and shadow puppets. Puppets and puppet theatre in India have a long tradition, longer than that of the Chinese puppet theatre. Shadow theatre in particular is considered to be the oldest of all theatre forms. The earliest reference to shadow play is in the Tamil epic Silappatikaram, believed to have been written around the 2nd century BC. Since those times, shadow theatre has evolved and survived in varying styles in Orissa, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, Karnataka and Kerala. In Kerala, shadow theatre is known as Tholpavakutha, which means the play of the leather puppets. It is exclusively meant to enact the Ramayana epic in the Kuthumadam, a special playhouse built in the temple presence. It is now performed only in a few villages in Palghat district during March and April as a ritual worship of the goddess Bhadrakali.
Bhadrakali ദാരികവധം ചെയ്യുന്ന അതേ സമയത്തായിരുന്നു രാമരാവണ യുദ്ധവും ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നത്.
According to local belief, Bhadrakali was unhappy for having missed the opportunity to witness the grand fight between Lord Rama and Ravana. For at that time, she was engaged in annihilating another demon, Dharika. Therefore, her father, Lord Shiva, arranged for the enactment of the Ramayana through a shadow puppet play for Bhadrakali to watch. Owing to such a belief, Tholpavakutha shows are staged annually in the Kuthumadam. This is believed to please Bhadrakali. These shadow puppets in themselves are objects of traditional art made out of deer skin. Once the skin is cleaned, the craftsmen draw the characters. Each character is uniquely stylized in its form. The figure so drawn is then cut out. Now begins the process of decorating the figures. For this, the cutouts are perforated imaginatively to bring out the decorative features that define the personality of the characters. The only moving parts on these puppets are the arms. Usually, there are 3 joints. In some, the joints are just 1 or 2. The puppets are then painted in different colors. A mixture of black, brown, yellow, green and red embellish the puppets. When their shadows are projected on the screen, they resemble mural paintings and temple sculptures. To prevent the puppets from bending, a bamboo strip is fastened vertically on the front and also behind the puppets. The puppets used in rendering the story of the Ramayana are made in 4 postures: sitting, standing, walking and fighting. These and the other puppets, including those of animals, are now ready for the show. The performance is preceded by a set of rituals to the accompaniment of drums. A series of lamps kept behind the screen are lit ceremoniously. It is the light of these lamps that cast the shadow of the characters on a white screen for the audience seated in front of the screen to watch the show. The show begins with an invocation ceremony by the Pattar Pavas, that is, Brahmin puppets. These sing hymns invoking the blessing of Lord Ganapati. The Tolpavakutu text is partly in prose and partly in verse. The puppeteers, known as Pulavar, meaning the learned men, spend long hours in memorizing the text from the palm leaf manuscripts. The language of the text is a mixture of Malayalam and Tamil. A large number of verses are drawn from Kamba Ramayana, written in Tamil by the great poet Kambar.
ഏതായിരുന്നു കമ്പരാമായണത്തിന്റെ ആവിർഭാവത്തോടുകൂടി പിന്നെ കമ്പരാമായണമായി ഇതിന്റെ മുഖ്യകൃതി. പക്ഷെ കമ്പരാമായണം മാത്രമല്ല,
The Ramayana, written by Kambar in Tamil, became the major text for the Tolpavakuta. However, this text, known as the Adil Patta, also has elements from texts prior to the Kamba Ramayana. The influence of Tamil is very much in evidence in the Tolpavakuta.
ഭാഷയുമായിട്ടുള്ള ബന്ധം തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഇത് കാണുന്നുണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ കമ്പരാമായണത്തിനോട് വലിയ സ്വീകരണം ഉണ്ടായത്.
The success of Tolpavakuta depends on the manipulation of the puppets in conformity with the dialogues. This is achieved through the skillful maneuvering of the puppets by the puppeteers. To manipulate these almost lifelike dolls, the puppeteers hold the puppet in one hand at the lower end and, with a stick in the other hand, they move the arms of the puppet. It takes years for the puppeteers to master the art of moving the puppets in tune with the story and to the rhythmic beat of the music. Being masters of the art, the Pulavars bring alive even the puppets of animals. Music, an integral part of Tolpavakuta, is provided by the drums, erubara, chenda and bell metal cymbals. The Tolpavakuta that unfolds the absorbing story of Ramayana is staged in 21 days. One episode of the epic is an act drama, Sita's marriage and Vanayatra. The mutilation of Shurpanaga by Lakshmana. The abduction of Sita by Ravana. and the burning of Lanka are the other important episodes. The slaying of Ravana by Rama in a grand battle is presented on the 20th day. Rama's coronation in Ayodhya, presented on the 21st day, marks the end of the Tolpava Koothu show. The enactment of epics and legends is what puppetry is all about. Indeed, the art of puppetry itself has been of epic dimensions, reflecting as it has the socio-cultural facets of the ages.
Hello students, welcome to the module Personal Management. Personal management or staff management is a process of supplying the right type of persons with the adequate qualification and experience. It is a process of getting the best out of the employees by means of judicious selection, allocation, utilization and development of employees as well as improvement of working environment to obtain maximum productivity and efficiency under specifically emphasized consideration of individual and human elements. Importance of personal management. Human resources are treated as the most important resource of any institution, whether it is a profit organization or a non-profit service organization. Human resources convert materials into commodities. Managing human resources are quite different from the management of other resources because human resources are the one and only live resources. In the case of libraries, it is a trinity of information, resources, building and library staffs. Library professionals are the mediators between information, resources and its end users. They are the backbone of library system. Aims and objectives of personal management. The main aim of human resource management is to accomplish the organizational goals. Therefore, the resources are mobilized to achieve such goals. Some importance and objectives of human resource management are as follows. Effective utilization of resources. Human resource management ensures the effective utilization of resources. HRM teaches how to utilize human and non-human resources so that the goal can be achieved. Organization aiming to utilize their resources efficiently invites the HR department to formulate required objectives and policies. Organizational structure. Organizational structure defines the working relationship between employees and management. It defines and assigns the task of each employee working in the organization. The task is to be performed within the given constraints. It is also defines positions, rights and duties, accountability and responsibility and other working relationships. The human resource management system provides required information timely and accurately. Hence, human resource management helps to maintain organizational structure. Development of human resources. Human resource management provides favorable environment for employees so that people working in an organization can work creatively. This ultimately helps them to develop their creative knowledge, ability and skill. To develop personality of employees, Human Resource Management organizes training and development campaigns which provides an opportunity for employees to enhance their caliber to work. Respect for human beings. Another importance of human resource management is to provide a respectful environment for each employee. Human resource management provides the required means and facilitates employee among with an appropriate respect, because the dominating tendency develops that will result organizational crisis. Hence, all of them should get proper respect at work. Human resource management focuses on developing good working relationships among workers and managers in organization. So, good human resource management system helps for respecting the employees. Goal harmony. Human resource management bridges the gap between individual goal and organizational goal, thereby resulting into a good harmony. If goal difference occurs, the employees will not be willing to perform well. Hence, a proper match between individual goal and organizational goal should be there in order to utilize organizational resources effectively and efficiently. Employee satisfaction. Human resource management provides a series of facilities and opportunities to employees for their career development. This leads to job satisfaction and commitment. When the employees are provided with every kind of facilities and opportunities, they will be satisfied with their work and performance. Employee discipline and moral. Human resource management tries to promote employee discipline and moral through performance-based incentives. It creates a healthy and friendly working environment through appropriate work design and assignment of jobs. Organizational productivity. Human resource management focuses on achieving higher production and most effective utilization of available resources. This leads to an enhancement in organizational goals and objectives. Functions of personnel management. The functions of personnel management can be grouped under the following broad headings: job analysis, job description, job evaluation, staffing, training and wage and salary administration. Let's have a brief description of each one. Job analysis. The first and foremost function of personnel management is job analysis. It is the process of collecting specific details about the nature and working of a particular job. It is meant to collect the information like what the job contains, how the job is done, what qualification and experience is required, what are the duties and responsibilities, materials and accessories required, working condition, etc. It also necessary for fixing targets, number of employees required, promotion, transfer, etc. Job can be analyzed through observation, questionnaire, interview, discussion and diary method. Job analysis has the following advantages. It defines labor needs in concrete terms. It specifies the duties and responsibilities implied in each job. It assists in organizational planning and provide coordination. It helps in determines a job opportunities available in each type of organization and spells out the types of workers required for each job. It provides a scientific base for fixing wages and salaries of various types of jobs and employees, because it takes into account the mental and physical skills, efforts and risks involved in each type of job. It helps experimenting modern devices like time, motion studies, which are instrumental in increasing overall efficiency and productivity. Job description. It is a statement of job in written form. It brings out the purpose, scope, duties and responsibilities, etc. The statement will contain title of the job, designation of the job, works involved for duties and responsibilities required, material, machine and other accessories required, salary range, supervisor to whom the person has to report, subordinates to be supervised, working conditions. The job description is useful in notification, recruitment, selection, training, settlement of disputes, etc. Job evaluation. Job evaluation is the method of fixing the money value of a job. This is decided on the basis of identifying the components of the job and comparing the job components with the job components of similar jobs carried out. It is a systematic method of appraising the worth or value of each job in relation to other jobs in the organization. Job evaluation rates the job, not men or women on the jobs. There are mainly 5 types of job evaluation. They are checklist classification method, grouping ranking method, factor comparison method, point system method, performance merit rating method. Let us have the brief detail of each one. Checklist classification method. In this method, the authority prepare a list of all jobs that is carried out in a similar organization and group them under different classes and fix a salary range with the help of the checklist. It is easy to find out a class to which new job goes. Almost all government libraries in India follow this method. Grouping ranking method. According to this method, all the jobs in the organization are identified and grouped or ranked on the basis of differences in job components. Their jobs can be arranged from simple to complex or vice versa. Most of the special libraries in our country are practicing this method. Factor comparison method. According to factor comparison method, the analyst or evaluation committee identifies the important factors of each job. The important factors are mental requirements, skill requirements, physical requirements, responsibility and working condition. The salary is fixed on the basis of the quantity of factors. This is a scientific method which can be utilized for fixing the salary of a new job. Point system method. According to this method, all job components are identified and grouped under 4 subheadings. They are skill, effort, responsibility and job condition. These 4 main components are further subdivided into 11 sections and each section get 4 different degrees. The 11 sections are 1. Education, 2. Experience, 3. Initiative, 4. Equipment, 5. Materials, 6. Safety of others, 7. Works of others, 8. Physical effort, 9. Mental effort, 10. Working condition and 11. Unavoidable accidents. Each degree get a specific point value. The total of points allotted to the 44 different degrees will give the salary scale. Performance merit rating method. According to this method, the performance of the employee is considered for fixing the salary. The performance is evaluated through either observation, interview or diary method. Here, the evaluator collects the important factors that is necessary and used for performance of the job. These factors are factors directly connected with the job, for example, attendance, knowledge of the job, etc. Factors that are remotely connected with the job, for example, experience, mental cooperation and team spirit. Factors that are not connected with the job like extracurricular activities. Staffing. Staffing means putting right person at the right job. This is one of the important functions of personnel administration. Actual recruitment is preceded by job analysis, job description, job specification, class analysis, fixing the number of each kind of job, the qualifications and the salary scale. In a library, staffs can be categorized as professionals, semi-professionals, clerical staffs and unskilled staffs. Staffing include recruitment, selection and placement. Recruitment and selection of new employees is an important function of staffing. The main aim of recruitment is to secure the best candidates for performing the specific jobs of an organization. The following are the procedure of staffing in an organization. Ascertaining the vacant jobs, their number and types. The vacancy may be occurred due to retirement, resignation, termination or new creation. deciding or revising, if necessary, their requisite qualifications, salary scale and other allowances, inviting applications by advertising in newspapers and other types of mediums such as TV and internets, receiving the applications for candidates and processing for written test and interview, decide the written test date, nature of the test and prepare question papers and conduct test, decide the interview date, panel and conduct interview, publish the selected candidates list, issuing the appointment order by the authority and executing an agreement between the authority and the appointed candidate. Training. Training is a cornerstone of effective personnel administration. Employees must be trained systematically so as to increase the efficiency of their job. This will help him to know the peculiarities of the job conditions of a particular organization. In this fast technologically changing environment, time-to-time training is essential. The output of a trained worker is better both qualitatively and quantitatively than that of an untrained worker. Training can be given by any of the following methods. Apprentice system. Apprentice system is an ancient method. According to this method, a person is made to learn a job by actually performing it under another performer who is an expert in the job. Some institute in India is providing apprenticeship in library science for library science candidates. Apprenticeship method provides the trainee the practical knowledge of an actual work area. On-job training. On-job training implies the imparting of training to a worker after he is appointed to a job and has engaged in it. It may be provided by his immediate supervisor or superior authority. Understudy method. Understudy method implies the placing of an employee under another trained and experienced employee. The former works as an assistant to the latter. Role-playing technique. Role-playing technique means that a person is asked to play the role of a particular worker in a created environment. Educational excursion. Educational excursion implies the execution of visits of the trainees to a workplace, factories, mills and libraries. They are made to learn various problems and their solutions by acquainting themselves with the actual working of different organizations. In many library schools, students are taken to various important libraries of the country. Audio-video methods. This is one of the effective method of training. This include film shows, dramas, extension, lectures, etc. Online training. Online training is the latest method of training. Here, the trainer is giving training by using internet. This method is being used both with the interactive facility and non-interactive facility. Wages and salary administration. An organization has to formulate its wage policy in order to attract talent and to retain it for a longer duration. It has to relate with the social environment. It has to keep it aware of the wage structure of similar organizations of the locality, state or country. Government and semi-government organizations appoint special commission time to time to restructure the salary and other benefits. In India, different libraries follow different salary scales. Public and academic libraries follow government scale. Special libraries offer the salary scale of their parent body and university libraries offers UGC scale. Human relations in staffing. Human relations refers to the process of effective motivation of individuals in a given situation so as to achieve greater human satisfaction and also to help achieve defined goals. The aim of human relations should be to develop capabilities among the staffs towards understanding, appreciation and solution of problems. Each staff member should get a feeling that he and his work forms a vital part of the working of an organization. The work of an employee may be unsatisfactory. There are three possible solutions. He may be transferred to another job where he might prove to be successful. The other solution is suspending him from service. Another approach is human relations approach. It is to try to find out the relations for dissatisfaction, how long it has been happened, and try to overcome the problems. The following means can be adopted to create excellent human relations. Improve working conditions, provide facilities for recreation, provide facilities for health protection, formation of staff associations, provide employee participation in decision making. Involvement of staff in the decision making will improve job satisfaction. It will improve automatically the productivity. Use democratic approach in staff organization, holding staff meetings time to time, bringing out staff publications to disseminate information regarding academic and professional matter, provide incentives and encouragements, provide facilities and encouragement for continuing education, lay down staff ethics to develop professional consciousness and loyalty to the institution. The role of top level management and senior staffs is extremely important in developing successful human relations. They should be aware of staff problems and have understanding of human relations. A library manager should have good knowledge about human psychology. Now let us conclude the session. Personnel management is very important to any organization, whether it is a profit organization or non-profit service organization. No library can render effective service without adequate and competent personnel. So, recruitment of library personnel is very important, whether it is government or private. The sincerity and hard-working mentality will come from a person only if he is getting good salary and other benefits. So, it is the responsibility of government to ensure the availability of good salary and other benefits, not only in the government sector but also in private sector, so as to utilize the human resource maximum to the society. Here are some assignments for you to work out. Try to examine the role of chief librarian in personnel management. How better human relations can be brought in library environment. Here are some books for your personal reference. Fundamentals of Library Management, Sangeeta Dhandar 2013, Kanpur, Garima Prakashan. Management of Library and Information, Kaushik P 2006, New Delhi, Anmol Publications. Management of Library and Information Centers, Kumar PSG 2003, Delhi, BR Publishing Corporation. Thank you for watching this session. We will discuss another topic in the next session. Till then, bye.
Subject of nuclear astrophysics, the overlap area of nuclear physics and astrophysics is of great significance now in physics research today. It answers some of the key questions like the stellar structure, like the production of elements in stars and the death of large stars. Particularly of interest today are some of the experiments done in the laboratory all over the world which are assisting in this research on nuclear astrophysics. We are very happy that one of the renowned nuclear astrophysicists of the world, Professor Klaus Roos of the University of Bochum, is here with us. And we will discuss some of the key issues of the area of nuclear astrophysics. I should also mention that Professor Roos recently was the recipient of the American Physical Society's prestigious Hans A. Bethe Prize for the year 2010, given by the Division of Astrophysics of APS. Now, Professor Roos, what do you think is the importance of nuclear astrophysics today?
Well, we learned over the 50 past years that we are connected to distant space and time, not only by our imagination, but by a common cosmic heritage, namely the chemical elements which make up our bodies and our surroundings. These chemical elements have been produced over billions of years in very massive stars, and these stars, when they had exhausted their energy reservoir, they exploded. And as a consequence of this explosion, they ejected the treasures they made during their lifetime inside their stomach out into space, where these elements mixed with the ashes and dust of other star explosions. Therefore, the elements in interstellar space, out of which our solar system, and therefore the Earth, was born some 5 billion years ago, inherited the ashes of previous stars. So the oxygen and nitrogen in our air, the iron in our blood, the calcium in our bones, all these elements were made inside stars many billion years ago. In a certain sense, therefore, we all have been inside a star, we all have been between the stars, and since the universe has a beginning with the Big Bang, we all were once there. This beautiful picture of the universe and its evolution, the origin of the elements we are made of, this beautiful picture needs verification, justification by experiments. Astronomy is a field observing the universe, but to explain the observations of astronomy, one needs astrophysics. One needs to study the microscopic processes taking place inside the stars, and only when one has done these experiments, then with that information one can see whether one can understand the observed features. Of course, these experiments are extremely difficult. Einstein said once, "The Lord is tricky, but he is not mad. He allows you to find his secrets, but these secrets are not easy to find, and you must spend a lot of thinking and a lot of imagination to untackle these secrets, and that's where the open field is. You have many beautiful theories, but theories are not truths. Every theory must be confronted with experimental facts, and only when we have the facts, then we can slowly say that we understand the universe and its objects. And I'm very glad to be here and having contact with many young Indian students, which have made a very great impression on me, that with their excitement, with their intelligence, they will be able to contribute a mosaic stone in this beautiful picture of the universe and its objects.
We do mention some specific experiments done in the laboratory in the last few years which really helped some of the key issues?
Yes. There was a very important issue how the sun, our sun, produces its energy since 5 billion years. And only through the development of nuclear physics in the 1930s, one found an answer, namely that the sun produces energy by nuclear power, by the fusion of hydrogen, which the sun has a lot of, into helium. With that assumption, one could understand the solar luminosity, one could understand the long burning time of the sun. But as we learned in physics, a hypothesis that the sun burns nuclear has to be proven. Once, in the Middle Age, people thought the Earth is a flat disk, because when you look at the horizon you see a straight line, until improved observations showed that the Earth is not flat but a sphere. Therefore, what we think from normal human mind understanding must not necessarily be truth. Therefore the question was, can we somehow look inside the sun to see what the sun is doing right now, whether the sun really burns fusion reactions to make energy. And in the 1960s the idea was that there are some strange particles created in that fusion called neutrinos, little neutral particles. They have no mass, or very little mass, they have no charge, they have plenty of no properties, and therefore they can escape easily the sun and arrive 8 minutes later on Earth. And so if one could observe those neutrinos, one could look inside the sun as it was 8 minutes ago. That means practically today. And indeed, huge detectors have been built and one found neutrinos. So it was a great success because this hypothesis that the sun burns on nuclear power appeared to be proven. However, there was a red hair in the soup because one did not observe the full amount of neutrinos as expected, roughly a factor of 3 less. This could mean on one side that now the sun produces less energy, and therefore the sun will shine a factor of 3 less powerful. Now, of course, it takes a while until the sun will shine less, but even a little bit reduction of solar power would produce an ice time on Earth, a deadly consequence for human beings. So one hoped for another solution. One possible solution was that the microscopic processes inside the sun that were based on experimental data but not measured directly at the energy relevant for the sun, that they could be wrong. And for that reason, I, together with an Italian friend, Gianni Fiorentini, some 20 years ago, we decided to have a laboratory underground in the Gran Sasso mountain, about 2,000 meters below the top of the mountain, and there we could perform such experiments for the first time. The laboratory is called LINA, Luna is the Italian name for the moon, but in this case it doesn't mean the moon. It stands shortening for laboratory, underground for nuclear astrophysics. And for the first time, we could measure directly these reactions inside the sun at the relevant energy and could show that the previous extrapolation was correct. Therefore, the solar neutrino problem, this factor missing, factor 3, could not be based on nuclear physics. The reason why one is behind this factor 3 is the following. The Sun is a test case for astrophysics. The Sun is the best of all studied stars. And if we don't understand the best studied of all stars, we have no hope to understand all the other billions of stars. Therefore, one had to understand very well the Sun. And that's why for about 50 years, many scientists were involved, including nuclear physicists. And as I said, this was a key that the solar neutrino problem could not be solved by nuclear physics. And only a few years ago one found the answer by another neutrino detector called SNO in northern Canada, showing that neutrinos can oscillate, a complete new property in nature. And so I think nuclear physics and these experiments took about 6 years of running. So these are not experiments for a weekend. It takes lots of